Hello again, viewers, and greetings again, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night. What do I have in my hand? Oh, my bow. And welcome back to the Performium Wild SMP. It is another lovely day at the Menger Sponge, and I'm going to be working here today to try to get the first 3 Tier 4 cubes done. Hold on, what is going on with my alarm? Oh, there we go. I was pushing the wrong stop making noise button. Okay, excuse me. So first off, before I get ahead of myself, I wanted to make sure that I can start implementing this into my stream routine. Let's do the dad joke. Thank you again, Blaze Ninja. What do you get when you cross a snowman with a vampire? I'll tell you in a minute. But today I have the last 4 layers of the first full-sized Tier 4 Menger cubes, Menger Sponge, whatever you want to call it, to finish. I have left off here. I have this layer, that layer, this layer, and then this empty space here, and then the first 3 are done. The whole front row will be completed, and that is what I'm going to try to do today, and hopefully it won't run too terribly long, but this might end up being a slightly longer stream than the 4 some odd hours that I have been doing the last few times. If this seems like it's going to be close, but I still want to get it finished, I may just push until the build is done for the day. So we'll see. I'm not predicting any terrible shenanigans, but you never know. Oh, the answer to the dad joke, by the way. What do you get when you cross a vampire with a snowman? Is frostbite. Naturally, you get frostbite. Excuse me, and that vampire's name is Jack, by the way. So let's see here. What other stuff? Well, obviously there is. Let's click on this, move this over here, change that, and bring this up. There's this tidying up to do, the busy work at the beginning of my stream. I have to make sure that I remember each of the times to do this. Thankfully, I don't seem to forget this one, but some of the steps I do forget. But I want to say thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel and my streams and everything else through Patreon and whatever means you can help, but Patreon specifically. I'd like to say thank you to Elmaze11 Zogma Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and X-Blaze Ninja Zero. Thank you all ever so very much for your help with making it so I can afford little bits and pieces of things here and there. Eventually I may even be able to get to the point where I can afford to do a Humble Bundle each week or something. Just get a Humble Bundle and stream all the games in that bundle over the course of the week or the weekend or something like that, and have some fun with those sorts of things. But for right now, the help that you guys are offering makes it so I can get Dinobot for Discord, makes it so I can replace my mouse if I need to, that sort of thing. And it really does help. Every little bit does help. And if you would like to help support the channel, I have a link down below to my Streamlabs where you can do one-time donations, or the Patreon where you can do a more ongoing thing. And if you can't afford to do anything like that, that's all right. Don't feel bad. We all get broke. All you need to do, like, subscribe, comment, tell your friends. That's just as good. And also, I guess, telling your friends. That reminds me, one other piece of busy work I have to do. /candy. Let's go make my announcement over there. I will go stand on top of this flag. And I will go paste. And then back to wild. That thing where it has been or had been kicking me for the expired public key has not happened since I have been starting to do the announcement over there on stream. Once I started doing it on stream, it stopped kicking me. So either I just had impeccable timing, or I've got the mechanic's curse, which is you take your car in because your car is doing something funny, and you try to explain it to your mechanic, and it doesn't happen the whole time you're there. The mechanic knows that this happens, but you both look at the car and go, I swear it was doing it. And, you know, the car gets camera shy. Same thing. Maybe that's what's going on. Maybe it is being camera shy and not wanting to perform its curse. Whatever the case, I am very glad that it's not happening. But anyway, today is just going to be more of this. Oh, I also have in the corner. Let's put something in the corner here. Picremental. There we go. Or pincremental. I am steadily earning some various currencies in the game so that I can go up higher steps and higher steps. I have recently made a purchase over here in the side businesses. I let it run and kept resetting on the investors tier, or the, what was it called? Yeah, the investors tier. Enough times to get 12 investors so that I can, wait, no, this is the investors. It's the, what were these called? Favors. I've been letting the favors run and go up and all that kind of stuff so that I could have enough for being able to get 12 investors all at once. And it took a while, but it took way less time than starting all the way back at 2 or 4 or whatever investors and then climbing up and then resetting. I was already in there, so I figured I might as well just let it run. And by the end of the night last night, I was able to get 12 investors all at once. And so now everything on this page is automatic and everything on this page is automatic. I just have to worry about the top 3 things on this page because all of this is automatic. And then babysitting this a little bit. And now that I've got 8 favors, I can go ahead and multiply my earnings by 5. Keep that going. There we go. So now all I have to do is just watch this today, periodically. And I'll probably reset about every 4 or 8 favors or something like that, so it doesn't take as long, because every new one, it takes more time to get more stuff. And it's easier just to get the small number and then reset. But I know you can barely see it. It's in the corner there for a little bit of busy work. Let's see here. Oh, hola. Let's see here. P time at noon. P weather clear. Let's see here. Any news other than the mild incremental news? Okay, in the category of games, there's another sort of incremental idle game that I play called Cell to Singularity. And they have been doing some updates recently, including adding a leaderboard. And there's something buggy about it. I made the top of the current run. I made it first, but it didn't have a first place. I was in second place. It was very weird. Don't know what the issue is. And it's probably just, you know, growing pains, probably them just getting their code figured out. But there are some situations where an event will last about, I don't know, 7 or 8 or whatever days, about a week. And during that time, you're supposed to get as far as you can. And the last couple of events, there have been people who would come into the leaderboard having spent like 2,000 some odd days. And there's a lot of conjecture. Maybe it's because of speed boosts or whatever, but it was very suspicious that when I did the math down to the second, for within an hour after they made it to the leaderboard, I had their time written down and I did the math, and if my guess is correct, then what they did is they started the game, they disconnected from the net, they set their system time to January 1st of 2030. They switched screens on the game and then went back online and switched back to the tab that has the game in it, and then just presto, they came in. Well, they made the leaderboard first, but because of the amount of time it took them, they didn't come in first place. So at least there's that. But it's just really weird situation, and no one seems to have an answer for why it's happening yet. I'm sure there is a reason, but I made the leaderboard first, got the reward for second place, and the event, I believe, finished just a few hours ago, actually. It's weird. It's very weird. And that's what happens when you have an existing game and you try to add a whole new infrastructure to it, is you get some growing pains. Now, that's not why Minecraft is trying to make people vote for their favorite animal to add. That's a whole other thing that they're doing. They're building random things, so I gave them a random thing to build. It's an old meme, but it checks out. I have no idea what you're talking about, so here's a bunny with a pancake on its head. And as a result of that meme, other people started putting other things on bunnies' heads to try to compete with the meme. On my end, there is a small bit of news regarding Streamlabs here. Now I've got this little emote that exists. I could select a heart, smiley face, confetti popper thing, shocked face, I guess, and then the 100, the whatever it is, the 100, it's not percent, but it's 100. And I recognize that they are the same icons that exist on YouTube, but when I click on it, it says, let's see here, YouTube chat. This action cannot be performed inside Streamlabs desktop. To interact with chat, you can open this chat in a web browser. So either the devs are just not going to try to make it compatible with being able to interact with chat like you can with Twitch apparently, or the infrastructure with YouTube just won't let it work like that. And that's what my guess is. YouTube has a lot of stuff that built in it doesn't like to display or function on other non-YouTube platforms, to the point where they can even make it so if a creator doesn't want their stuff being displayed on other platforms, they can make that decision. So you can't watch a video that's linked in Discord or something, you have to watch it on YouTube. Opponetfied. Okay. Whatever that name means. Oh, I don't know if it was like this for yesterday's stream. I don't remember, but for sure, today, now the YouTube rank that I have is at the front of the tab list. So that's nice. I have also been shown that there really aren't any other commands for the YouTube ranks other than message toggle and TP toggle. So I'm not surprised, but I was hoping to have some new piece of information to share with you guys, but apparently all the information that there is where was it at? Click on this. In the community rules on the Performium website, it would be in the rules at the very, very bottom. It says general application requirements, applying in term length, advertising videos and streams, swearing and inappropriate behavior, content type and frequency, and then at the very, very, very bottom of the entire page of community rules. This is community rules. This is not a page set aside for content creators. This is just at the bottom of the community rules. It says creator perks. While our creator rules don't come with a lot of perks, there are a few that are unique to creators. Here are some of the most commonly used perks. It doesn't even, it could say here are all of the perks, but this implies that there are more, and I couldn't get a straight answer even out of RGA. He said this is all the information there is. So either someone worded it wrong, or RGA doesn't even know what there is, which is very weird. But here's the 6-item list. We have, oh, come on, it scrolled up when I moved it over to the other monitor. We have item 1, ability to post links to Twitch and YouTube videos and streams to promote your own content. Thing is, you do not need to have a YouTube rank in order to do that. That is just everyone can promote their YouTube on and their Twitch on the server. Everyone can. You do not need rank in order to do that, or role, or whatever it's called. If you have 1 subscriber, if you have 0 subscribers, but you're making content, even if it's your very first video, you can link it in the Performium chat, and you will not get in trouble for it. So that perk, while it's true, it's not very helpful information. Next perk, access to TP toggle to turn on or off teleportation requests. Okay. Next one, access to message toggle to turn on or off private messages. All right. Fair enough. We've mentioned those already, so they're not a surprise, but it's good to have them on the list. Item number 1, 2, 3. Oh, why is it? It looked like it had 6 items. Item number 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5. Access to Creator Discord channel on the Performium Discord server. It's a field of crickets there, let me tell you. When I messaged that channel on the Discord, where is it? Content creators. All right. Okay. Here are the last 10 messages, before my post. My post was on October 9th. Before that was September 24th, and then September 23rd, and then August 19th, August 18th, September 22nd, September 20th, September 7th, that was mine, June 4th, May 27th, and I think that was 9, so 10 would be April 21st. It's a happening place, let me tell you. Because the content creators aren't talking to each other, we would rather be talking to people who are watching the content. It doesn't make sense to have just a content creator only channel. It would make more sense to have a content creator channel where we can just post our stuff. Oh, I guess that reminds me, I should, while I'm here, I'll just go ahead and paste that thing here. Oh! Content creator channel not allowed to post links. Great. A new discovery. Okay, and lastly, item number 5 on the list. Ability to post in the creator forum on, let's see here, Performium.net, community, forums, YouTube, Twitch, content. And I do occasionally post there. As a matter of fact, let's go to the forums. YouTube and Twitch. I am the last 3, 4, 5. I'm the last 5 posts on the forums. There's 2 days ago, watch me every week. 77 days ago, stream continue on Wild, or streams continue, I should say. Oops. 149 days ago, so 5 months. Out of sorts. I was mentioning that I wasn't feeling well, and that actually led to me going to the hospital and all that kind of stuff. And then 181 days ago, Intro to Wild SMP and Building Undercity for World of Warcraft. And then before that, RGA posted interactive stream games. And then before that was, and that was 209 days ago. And then 226 days ago, a fond farewell, goodbye to Duck. So, happening in place there. Maybe I should make a couple of suggestions regarding the content creator stuff. Because making it available and having the rank is great, but it isn't conducive to actually having a community or building a community. Yeah, you can post your link in the chat, but if you want to have wider reach, it would make sense, I mean, if you've got the whole rank and all that, to have a channel on the Discord where you are allowed to post your content. That is hilarious, though. I got the auto message from Me6, the Discord bot, Sending links from that website isn't allowed on Performium Network. Can't send links from YouTube.com on the content creators thing. That is something. Also, hi, George. Welcome to the stream. I think I might make that part of this weekend's project, is trying to get a little bit of content creator reform in the old Performium bloodstream. Because, like, RGA got his start on YouTube. As a matter of fact, even though he is owner, he is prefixed as YouTube. But he doesn't do YouTube. He does Twitch. He was doing some shorts for a while, but he even stopped doing that. Let's see here. Scrolling up. Newest videos. Twitch streams aren't what I'm looking for. Let's see here. When was the last time he did a YouTube? Was it... No, that was Donnie. That's Donnie. Donnie. More Donnie. Wow, it's been a hot second. Holy cow, I'm still going. I'm all the way back in May. RGA was posting little shorts for a while. Okay. Aha! March 22nd was the last time RGA posted a YouTube video. So I'm gonna post some suggestions. Not right now, but later on, after I'm done with my stream, I'm gonna post some suggestions and see about getting a little streamer reform. See if we can make it more equitable for everyone and accessible. Because if the only people who get to know on Discord, if the only people who get to know that people are streaming are the streamers, well, if I'm streaming, I don't have time to, while I'm streaming, be watching someone else's stream. It's everyone else who needs to know that we're streaming. And it's not like it even matters. You can't post links to your stream apparently anyway. So we need a channel to post. Ow. 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 To post our stuff. And it wouldn't be that hard. Make the channel visible to everyone, but only postable to people with the content creator role. And just only allow the YouTube and Twitch stream links. That way, everyone who is doing videos or streaming can just post on the Discord and let everyone know. Maybe that might draw some players onto the servers. Because even just my small amount of the content that gets put up on Performium, I presume small amount, maybe at this point I'm one of the bigger amounts, who knows. I have had several people say that they weren't going to get on, and then they saw that I was streaming. So if my tiny little influence is enough to get people to make the decision and actually come on and play, then from a business perspective, just a strictly business perspective, it would make sense to make that knowledge that streams are happening more publicly available. Because no one goes to the forums. No one cares about the forums. Going on? Netherite ingots. I think netherite ingots, for the amount of work and materials and whatnot that goes into making them, I think it's either 5,000 or 10,000 per ingot. Because it's 4 ancient debris that you have to get and then cook, and then you have to craft them with 4 gold ingots, and that just makes 1 netherite. So I don't know. I mean you can get the blocks of netherite once a month or whatever from the kits. Oh, I need to do, maybe next stream I will catch up on my kits, because I want to start doing the color-coded kit boxes for when I do the treasure hunts. And if you don't know what I mean by treasure hunts, I'm going to be making secret clue maps and burying treasure inside claims. And there's going to be like a little mini dungeon. It's going to be relatively safe, but it's going to be a little mini dungeon where you have to do a puzzle, maybe a little bit of a redstone puzzle or something, and it's going to have access trust, or yeah, access trust. And then at the very end, once you have solved the puzzle, it will spit out a shulker that is going to contain maybe a kit. It's going to be any random kit, or maybe some netherite, or maybe some spawners might be in the mix. Sometimes it might be another treasure map. problem is I'm going to have to figure out a way to make it so that you have to have some sort of a special pass in order to go in, or something like that. Wait a minute. Maps. When you make a whole bunch of identical maps and lock them, they still stack. I could make some maps, lock them, and use them as the pass for getting in. That way, if someone, like, if it was a renamed diamond, for instance, all you'd have to do is just, you know, rename a bunch of diamonds, and there you have a whole bushel full of passes to get in and try to do the puzzle again. But if it's one at a time and it is a map, then it's going to be absolutely unique. I think it's doable. I think that might actually work. If maps, once they are locked, if they can still stack with one another. Oops. If not, then I might have to donate to get a right-click item and use my own right-click item as the pass and just start hoarding them and using them for getting into the machines. Like I said, I've got lots of project ideas. Lots of things that are always in the works, just not being worked on live. I even have a few places set up. Oh, that reminds me. I was going to do something related to like a Japanese themed puzzle room and have pandas and stuff, but I'm afraid to incorporate mobs because of all of the just outright despawning of basically everything. I am concerned about implementing animals into the structures. I've gotten confirmation that it is way worse on Candy than it is on here, and on here it's pretty bad. When you get your section, if you're talking about doing the back 6, or the back 5 or whatever, then once all of the bottom layer of tier 4s are done, it's going to be 8 of the 20 tier 4s. And the way to think about it is just like this. It's a ring of 8, and then 4 studs, and then another ring of 8. let me put my head back under here. There we go. And it's just that only blown up to a larger scale, but it's still going to be 8 and then 4 and then 8, and that's 20. If that answers your question, Cuddles. I think that's what you're asking. Because I'm doing the front 3 right now, and you've been working on the back 5. But you're not quite up to the level of the front 3 just quite yet, especially because you've had to do some error correction. But once yours are done, that will be a total of 8 that are done. You are working on 5, I'm working on 3. Oh. We have a bunny with a plate of pancake. Wait, no, that's not a plate. That's a music disc. With some... This looks like an oatmeal cream pie with butter on it. But I think it counts. It's a bunny with a pancake on its head. It'll do. It's very cute. P time at noon. P weather clear. There we go. Back to the build. And by the way, they responded in chat. That means they're watching. So, hello, Mr. Muffin. Do you know the Muffin Man? Let's see here. Oh, okay. You're doing the top 27 rows now. Are you just going for the whole layer at once? That way, uh, you can have it butted up against the front plate and the side wall and not have to worry about whether or not things are the right height. That seems like the more reasonable way of keeping track. I, I, I like to do the build all at once method, and it seems to work for me. Because, yes, sometimes I do get a couple rings or whatever of misplaced blocks, but it's not ever going to get buried below more layers of stuff. It's going to get noticed almost immediately because I will have the other steps to compare it to. Ah, so sort of a midway. Nice. It's good to have a plan. Maybe, if there's time at the end of this stream, I can demonstrate what I was talking about during yesterday's stream using Microsoft Paint to conceptualize fractals. Okay, so this is the part that I'm on. All right. So I have been, off and on, I've been playing this Van Helsing game, The Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing Final Cut, which is effectively the first 3 Incredible Adventures of Van Helsing games wrapped into one complete package with a little bit extra content thrown in for good measure. And I absolutely love the game. It's wonderful. I love that style of game. Diablo, Fate, Van Helsing, Silverfall, Titan Quest, Torchlight, just all of those. The action RPG, dungeon crawler, hack and slash loot games. I love them to pieces. But I've gotten to a point on the Van Helsing game where I have recognized that there is a very clever solution to people who beat the game but obviously haven't made it to the maximum level yet, to be able to continue leveling without having to rehash the game over and over again. Because I don't think you can restart the story on a harder difficulty. Maybe you can. Maybe I've overlooked something. But instead what they have is, instead of the story mode, you have adventure mode. And it stays within the universe, and it's basically the after effects of the stuff that happened leading up to and during the game, there's still monsters in the world and you have to deal with them and all that kind of stuff. And so you get a random assortment of the locations you've visited during the course of the story game. And give me all, no, there we go. Oops. 1. And then there are parameters that are loaded for each of, I don't know, about a half dozen spots, plus an arena. The arena, you go in and it's wave after wave after wave, and you survive as far as you can. But these other things are one part of the map. It might be there's treasure you need to find. Another part of the map is you need to kill this cowardly boss creature that keeps teleporting when its health gets below a certain point. Or you have to, there's one where you've been transformed into a chicken and you have to get to safety. And that was pretty fun. But there are ways using this adventure map to continue getting experience, leveling your character and your companion Katarina, so that you can get to max level and be able to realize the full potential of your character. Now, I'm pretty sure that you can also get levels by taking your character and going to an online session and doing it that way. I am in no hurry to register an account so that I can do an online session. It seems silly to have to do that because the game is just fine as it is. I don't need to play multiplayer, at least not right now anyway. But they have a solution that works for being able to get up to max level. And a lot of the games that I have played in the past, once you get through the main storyline, it's tough to keep leveling. You either have to do multiplayer, or if the game is designed that way, you can go back in and do the maps and all the mobs have respawned only to match your level. There are a lot of games that do that. Chronocon does that pretty nicely. You can go back in and all the mobs are back. That is one thing that Van Helsing didn't do though, is if you go back to the storyline, there's nothing there. If you've killed the mobs, they're gone for good. You have defeated them and they are no more. So instead they came up with the solution of having the adventure map. And I think it's a pretty nifty idea. There's even little sub-challenges for when you're doing the adventure map. The loot that you get and the additional, let's say, currencies, the fate points or whatever they are unique to the adventure map. And you can use the currency to re-roll. Say you're not a fan of the maps where you're constantly getting an artillery barrage every minute or so, and you just happened to get a rotten luck roll. You can use some of your fate points to re-roll what maps or what individual zones there are to do the maps on the adventure, and you get new stuff Maybe you get a bunch of chicken runs or something. But there's also, as you get further up, you can find set items, and in my normal play, I have not found a single set item at all. And then I was just introduced to the set items by using the currency to get into the special vendor and also the unlockable chests that you can get for 100, 300, and then 1,000 keys, I think. Or 1,000 fate points. You can get the 3 different kinds of keys, and they unlock 3 different chests in your lair, and depending on the level of the chest, you can get some pretty decent stuff. A shulker of Blackstone. Yeah, that is just plain old Blackstone, isn't it? Yep, that's what that is. Blackstone. There you go. Oh, I can just go /back. I know what you could do, Banish, if you would like to repay for all these gifts of building blocks that I have thrown your way. I have an idea. After you've gotten your project done, you could refill one of the shulkers completely with sunflowers. And specifically sunflowers. Yep, sunflowers. The 2 tall yellow circle thing looks like a coin in your inventory. Which, that is why I need sunflowers. Because planning ahead for some of my Undercity stuff, I'm going to be using the sunflowers as one of the reward token coin things. So The best one is right here. You do gems, you click on the sword, you come to this. For 499 gems, you get 2,000 more claims and save. Trouble is getting 499 gems. If you don't play the gem games on Saturday, that's going to be a slow, arduous process. Not impossible, just slow. Log in every day, you get login streak. Vote every day, you get vote streak. Click on the daily rewards guy, you get XP, and the XP lets you get more gems slowly over time. So it's not impossible to just earn enough gems to get all the things. It's just slow. Oh, how apt. Vote for Performium with /vote to gain vote reward keys and gems. Is their name Busy Bee? I guessed it right. So any news in any of you guys' lives? Anything interesting? New games? New pets? New appendages growing from radiation poisoning? You know, normal stuff. Any news? Okay, so now I am doing this. This has to be some sort of marker blocks that a previous player used. Oh no, you're talking about ore. Okay. Yeah, lapis is now a water level thing. It's just, it's weird that it exists there. So where is your base? Certainly, this is not it. This looks like the, yeah, this is the girl with the pearl earring. And that means over here, I think, is... Wait, no. This is another version of Girl with the Pearl Earring. And it's unclaimed. What is this? Is this wool? Home. Map art. Oh! TPS. Oop. There you go, Cuddles. There's something you could do. Is that? That's water. Water makes an interesting color. There's lapis blocks, more cobwebs, birch. Birch is good. A bunch of terracotta. But more importantly, look at all that black wool. Mark and Ethan Fun, hello. I guess this is an observation deck. Interesting. Neat find. There's no way of knowing if this is underway or if this has been torn down. I know that this piece of art does exist elsewhere on this map. There is... This is a very commonly done one. The girl with the pearl earring, and as a matter of fact, there's no pearl earring, but one that I never ever see done is, I think it's called the Birth of Venus. It's the one with like the, I guess maybe you might call it mermaid sort of vibe with the chick coming out of the, I guess it's a clamshell. I didn't pay close attention to the finer minutia, but I always see this one, but I never see, other than the Mona Lisa, I never see any other of the common female artistry. That feels weird too, because I tend to think the Birth of Venus is more common than this piece of art. Anyway, back to work. Am I on bedrock? I am not on bedrock. I am on wild SMP. Because this is where I migrated to after the closing down of the Duck and other servers. Actually, wasn't Bedrock one of the ones that got closed down? Let's see here. TPA banish. And so I can have a TP so I can find you again. I'm just going to fly up here and go set home, banish S. Alright, and then back again. Now I do want to see, is Bedrock still a thing? No. Bedrock is one of the no longer existing servers. Bedrock was one of the ones that got the axe. I thought it sounded familiar. Sadly, many servers got the axe, including my home on Duck. So I had to migrate, and I chose to move here to Wild because this was the newest at the time, and so I figured it's going to last the longest. And since that happened in March, there has been a new server opened. It is called Candy. It is effectively identical to Wild, except spawners don't spawn any mobs whatsoever. They just create money. And so in many ways, Candy is an inferior server. And a lot of the players are discovering this after a month or two of playing. They're going, oh, well, this isn't really all that fun. Yes, I get to build with cherry wood, but that's not a reasonable trade-off. And people are coming back. It's great. We were huddling together in a tight little mass of about 5 players, and now we've got 3 rows again. And this isn't even, yeah, this doesn't even have the AFKers. Well, it has 1 AFKer. 2. Because Junebug is blue today. But I think Zetteldwagon is it Zetteldwagon or Brimragon? One of those two is the AFKer, and the other one is more active. They're alts of each other, but yeah, we've got people actively playing on here because Candy isn't all that it was hyped up to be. And also, I don't want to migrate anytime soon anyway, because I have big projects. Why would I want to stop working here on Wild? Abandon all my stuff here. That would be terrible. Alright, I see a new dog at the pound. I'm going to just abandon this one. I've had fun with that dog, but this is new dog. Now, people want to follow where the community is, because most of the people who play on Minecraft servers, they aren't there for the game, they're there for the community. And that makes perfect sense. But for me, I'm here to, you know, build. Play the game, build. Make impossibly and inconveniently large things. Do I have more games for streams? I literally have thousands of games for streams. I was actually thinking about starting to do a thing on maybe the weekends where I go through maybe about an hour each of my other games that I don't really play much, alphabetically. Just go through my Steam library of like 700 games or whatever it is, and play through a little bit of each game and just leave it up to people watching to go, hey, I want to see more of this one, or no, this one is awful, please don't play this one again. Oddly enough, When I joined Performium, oh, I saw that extra block go in. When I joined Performium, it was not because of RGA or Donnie or Apex Squid or any of the others back then. It was, interestingly enough, because at the time I was looking for a multiplayer server because I wanted to do Skyblock, but it felt empty doing Skyblock again by myself. So I thought, you know, I could do Skyblock on multiplayer. So I joined Skyblock. That was my joining point for Performium. That was 2016-17. And then between 2017 and 18, I did a lot of streaming. I think I started, or not streaming, but recording. I think I started recording my island build in February of 2017. And then after a while, I stopped playing on Performium for a bit for good reasons that I'm not going to go into much detail about. I'll just say that there was a dark period where Performium had some staff issues and player issues, and that just happens to servers that are centered around the premise of trolling and stuff and hacking. Like they even had hacker jail and stuff like that, so it makes sense that they drew in a weird crowd, but because of how weird the crowd was, it just wasn't fun anymore. So I stepped away and did something else, and then I came back. Let's see here. Streak. I came back to Performium 448 days ago and have not missed a beat since then. How long did it take for me to get all of my stuff? I don't know. I joined Wild March 23rd, and since then I have managed to get a fair amount of stuff. It's nothing compared to what I had on Duck. If I could transfer all the stuff from Duck over to here, I would just be thrilled to death. But I know that that's impossible and a pipe dream. So I have just been slowly accumulating so that I have enough objects to build with, because I predominantly prefer building. And this particular build is 3.2 million chiseled deep slate. Now, a lot of my chiseled deep slate is donation. I would say about a third of what I currently have is from people donating shulkers full because they see this project and go, I want to help with that. How can I help with that? The best help is any time that I'm not having to dig and craft the chiseled deep slate is time I can spend building. And I have other projects as well, so I like to spend as much time working on the projects as possible, so people like to help donate. Which reminds me, I did not check the donation bin today. Oh, dono. Here's a view of the Menger cube. It is, on this side, it is 1/3 the height that it is going to be. You can't even see all the way up. Let's see here. Oh, nothing to empty out today. Okay, cool. Can set home right here. Have they come on and declaimed it? No, they have not. Either this person is going to just come on and unclaim and take their shops or whatever. Or they're going to just let it go fallow after 60 days and I'll just get it myself and build over their stuff. It's been more than 10 seconds. I can go back. There we go. But when it comes to all of my stuff, warehouse, you've only seen the tip of the iceberg. This here, 4 floors, 3 aisles per floor, and each aisle has about 100 items in it. There are about 1,100 items that have storage, and it's basically everything in the game. I call this the everything. If I need some packed ice, I just come down here to the packed ice, and I know that the torch represents where there is space. Actually, I need to move this torch down because I've used a little bit more. So this is packed ice. And then over here we've got blue ice, which one blue ice is 81 ice. 1,100 items. Anything and everything. If it exists in the game, I have a spot for it. Now this is 1.19, so I don't have any of the 1.20 stuff. But yeah, I've got a fair bit of space that I have been doing things in. Just a fair bit. Not too much, just enough. Never mind, they say. Oh, that's Spanish. See here. Collect some favors. Oh, there we go. I can spin that. Get a ×5 multiplier. Now, as far as my rank and stuff, how long it took me to get that, by the time I stopped playing in 2018, I had gold rank. And then 448 days ago, I came back and started playing again and slowly earned enough gems to get myself all the way up to the amethyst rank. I don't know. I don't remember the exact date that I got the amethyst rank. Did I don't think I named the stream anything important that might help me find when I got it. I don't know if it's easy enough for me to look up. Maybe I made a message about it on my Discord. but I'm not going to bother looking that up. It was sometime within the past, let's say, half year that I got the last couple ranks. Hey, Cuddles. I don't know if we learned on this server if the snow golem spawners actually spawn snow golems. Do we know if they do or not? Oh, we got amethyst just before Christmas? Okay. So they don't spawn snow golems on here. Dang. That's gonna be really hard to make snowball currency. Okay, the trick for getting copies of the 2 tall flowers is to just right-click bone meal anywhere on the flower as it is planted in the world, and it will just spit out a copy of itself. And that works with all of the 2 tall flowers. The rose bush, the peony, the sunflower obviously, and balderdash. What is this called? Lilac. Okay. Yeah, lilac, peony, rosebush, and sunflower. Oh, here's one of my treasures. Actual treasures. These, the 2 tall ferns, they only exist as loose items in villager chests. That's the only way you can get them. You can't silk touch the 2 talls. So, because this has a limited number of villages, and they are all 100% rated, this is probably the only displayed 2 tall fern that exists on the entire server. And it's mine, all mine. Excuse me. I saw the movement out of the corner of my eye and I thought I was getting a visit from Cuddles. It is not Cuddles. It's Norbert. But yeah, recent streams on my YouTube, apart from Minecraft, I have had Chronicon, I've had Van Helsing, I have had Torchlight, I have had, let's see here, World of Warcraft. I think I did, I don't know if that was on Discord or if that was on YouTube. I may have done some YouTube of Space Engineers. I'm not sure though. I don't think it was on YouTube. I think that was just Discord. I did the Outer Worlds. I did Outer Worlds on Discord again because that is not very YouTube friendly. I did do, what's the name of that other space game that I played? Hold on. I'm gonna go back through my studio. Live streams. Oh yeah, there's Torchlight, Minecraft, Breath Edge. It was called Breath Edge. Fun game, very fun game. After you beat it though, not a lot to do. Some devs make very limited survival crafting games, and they don't, I guess they aren't aware that people like to keep playing after the storyline. But it is a big complaint when a dev doesn't make content go beyond the end of the story. And Breath Edge, unfortunately, is one of those games that once the story is over, you're pretty much donezo. Yeah, you can play on a creative version of the map, but there is no other map. It's just the same thing, only you don't get to do things related to the storyline. You can't even go to the other zones. You're just stuck in the crash site and that's it. So there are some client-side mods that are, I guess, like map-making mods and whatnot, but specifically there are some that you can use for getting isometric images of builds. And I'm going to see, I'm going to ask RGA if for my thumbnails, if I can maybe get an isometric of the Menger Cube and future-wise the Undercity build and stuff like that to demonstrate the actual size of the build, because if you stand in the dead center of this thing that I am building, you cannot see the outside of it. You can't see the whole thing from anywhere. And it takes the impact of it down a bit if you can't see just how brutally large this is. And I think it would benefit from being able to have a fuller thumbnail, because the only other option I have is to go to a creative map on a separate world, like my own creative world, and make a replica of this without the surrounding environment or anything like that, and get a screenshot of it that way. But that wouldn't show it in situ. It would be, well, yes, here's the object, but you wouldn't get the size and scale by comparison to other buildings nearby, for instance. And I think that is part of the importance. So I'm going to see if I can manage to get allowances for having some sort of isometric image software so that I can get a good thumbnail. Because it really is hard to conceptualize what's going on with this build if you don't. I didn't miss a step, I just feels like I skipped something, because I should be starting at that corner. This is all good here. The outer ring is fine. I guess I just started over here for some reason. That's weird. I would normally have started here. So for lunch today, I had homemade steamed rice with teriyaki sauce, and then I just put some chicken nuggets and some orange sauce on top of the chicken nuggets. Pseudo Chinese. Very tasty. Oh, we got Amethyst on August 7th. Okay. I thought it was more recent. I didn't think Amethyst was around back then. Or at least purchasable through gems. Actually, come to think of it, yeah, that should have just sent off all the red flags, because I don't think Amethyst was even a thing until this year anyway, so it couldn't have been before Christmas. holidays and Christmas and all that. It is rapidly approaching Halloween. So I'm thinking next week I'm gonna be working on a little something. Or at least get it started. People who have been watching me or aware of my stuff back on Duck should remember that when I was doing videos instead of streams, one of the things was a Halloween special, and I got a new guest, a new resident in my base. And when we migrated servers to here, I had some interesting ideas of maybe rebuilding it or doing some homage to it. And if I had been doing episodes instead of streaming, I would have gotten a project started back in maybe June or so. But if I'm going to be doing something related to Halloween this year, and it's going to involve the massive pumpkin seed, I'm going to have to come up with a plan pretty soon, because it's 20 days. It is less than 3 weeks until Halloween. The problem is, wait a minute, I thought that looked funny. The problem is I am doing streams instead of videos, and so the style of content that I'm making doesn't lend itself well to episodic things. Because I had the option of doing videos or streams, and right now it is more straightforward for me to just do streams and reserve my videos for other stuff, which I have a couple of video projects that I need to finish off and get uploaded and all that. I have not been allowing myself the time to work on them though, because life has been busy. Alright, we're getting there. Honestly, I think this layer is the most convoluted of the four today, so this should be, even though this is 2 hours of the stream, it should be the worst of it. Uh-oh, that took a second to mouse wheel click. I hope there isn't that lag stuff happening. I don't want my blocks to be vanishing behind me as I place them. Wait a minute. What is... Oh, I didn't do that one. That's what's going on. I felt that. Okay, that is that layer done. 3 more layers. 3 to go. That's it. I think before I tuck in, the best bet, actually, it doesn't really matter which side I start on. I think I'm going to work from this end and go that way. Yeah. But before I do, I am going to go see if the cats are up to any trouble and preempt my alarm. I might still have to do the thing that my alarm calls for later, but I am going to try to like preempt it. So give me just a moment. I'll be right back. Here, let's look down here at this. Or better yet, ha ha ha. Let's go like that. There we go. I'll be right back. I seem to have become boxed in. I wouldn't know how this happened. it couldn't possibly have been a wild Cuddles boxing me in. Surely that would not have happened. I did not sprint. That's ridiculous. Oh, one? No, not even close. I'll put you in here. Remember to like and subscribe. Get it? Like and subscribe. Right there. Okay, let's see here. I will do... this. I'll do this first. Hi, Cuddles. What am I doing? I'm skipping everyone. Oh no. I've lost my mind. I have to do 2 and then skip. Make sure things are lining up. Yes, good, good, good. That. It's not what I wanted to do. There we go. More blocks. So today's Wednesday. It is Wednesday, my dudes. Oh, I missed a spot. That means tomorrow I will be doing something non-Performium for my streams. Don't know what yet. I'll be thinking about it today. I scratched the World of Warcraft itch last weekend. Maybe some other RPG? But maybe, just maybe, I might work on putting together some data packs and some plugins to get me a better idea of what to expect for putting together the Patreon server that I am probably eventually going to make. It is there have been a lot of good data packs put out for 1.20. Many of the data packs that I found that I enjoyed on 1.19 have been updated to 1.20, but the thing is, when it comes to mods, plugins, data packs, any of that sort of thing, the developers tend to get tired of having to stay on top of their stuff when a game just gets bajillions of updates. And so after a while there are still going to be some good ones being put out, some of the good ones that used to be the early adapter good ones are just going to stop getting updated. It's not probably there yet, but I would say maybe by 1.22 or 1.23, developers are going to say, you know what, I had my fun making this data pack and it was great keeping it up to date. Here, I'll pass it on to someone else and it'll just kind of rot on CurseForge or wherever. And there are a number of very good data packs. Data packs have been around long enough that people who are making them regularly have become familiar enough with the way they are set up to be able to make them work very well and use a bit of creativity to make them do things that were not really intended to make it so that the experience is that much better. Surprise features inside a data pack. Some of them can be used for world generation. Some of them can be used for making something akin to MCMMO, like the MCMMO plugin. As a matter of fact, there is one called Mr. Chibi's MMO, not to be confused with MCMMO. Mr. Chibi's MMO is a data pack that very, very closely follows the vibe of MCMMO plugin. It's not quite the same thing, but it's similar. And there are a number of other data packs that have had a lot of thought and work put into them. And the devs have had a couple versions to perfect their craft. And the result is some really good stuff. But there's no guarantee that they are going to be staying at that level of production for too many more versions. So if I am going to be making a Patreon server, it's going to probably be 120, 121, maybe 122. If they add a major version update that has just a significant increase in capabilities and stuff. I'm not talking about here's an armadillo. I'm talking about, hey, now we have vertical slabs and now we have orientable versions of every single block. Or now you can make walls or fence out of anything and stuff like that. If there is a major update like that, or something that adds a new dimension or whatever, that's going to get released in the next few major versions, then I'll probably put it together for that. But until then, I am going to be practicing, let's say, with putting together a combination of data packs and plugins for a Patreon only server. What I will probably end up doing is splitting my time between Performium and the Patreon server. If I get to the point where I can justifiably have a lot more leeway as far as maybe if I were to have about triple the support on Patreon. Ooh, I looked at the sun. If I were to have about triple the support that I do on Patreon, I could probably justify going, all right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the server, and I'm going to spend a lot more of my time working on that. But for right now, it's just kind of a side project. Because first and foremost, I'd have to pay for the server. And that would have to come out of the earnings that come from Patreon, which I just dipped into that to pay for Dinobot, and there needs to be a little bit of recuperation time. So let's see here, face this way. So any work towards a Patreon server is going to be preliminary, at least for right now. Who knows, maybe by this time next year I'll have another 1,000 or more subscribers. Doubtful, but wouldn't that be lovely? And I'll have a bit more Patreon support. Or I'm not going to hold my breath on this, but it's possible that once I get 3,000 public watch hours on my channel on YouTube in the course of a year, and I can remonetize all of my stuff, I might find that the revenue from YouTube reflects the amount of work they expect people to be able to put in order to earn the monetization on YouTube. Because let me tell you, if it's the same level of earnings that it was before they raised the bar, if their quality of return has not met what their demands are, and it's just the same or worse, like if I get remonetized and I'm still only making about $5 a month, then what's the point? Why would they even bother raising the bar? I know they want to have a minimum quantity and quality, but if you aren't going to compensate the creators for as much as you are demanding, then there is no incentive for meeting that bar. I hope I'm not stressing myself to try to get that 3,000 hours for no good reason. But on the off chance that they are going to do right by their users, and it is actually going to be a reasonable amount of income from the ad revenue from YouTube, then maybe I can use that to also apply towards the Patreon server. We will see. Won't know for a while. Well, let's bring up my YouTube studio. Scroll down here to the Earn tab. I have 1,973 out of 500 required subscribers. I have definitely surpassed the 3 videos / streams in the past 90 days. And out of 3,000 public watch hours in the last year, I have 2,373. So that includes watch time that happened a year ago. There was a brief period when I wasn't feeling all that well, about half a year ago or so, that I wasn't streaming as much, and so there's going to be a little dip in the amount of hours viewed, but I think this new routine is going to equalize that. Aha, here we go. My head does not fit under here. Wait, no. It was never meant to. I thought that I was going to be able to give an example of the thing where you just hit the right pixel, but no, I was never meant to fit under there, so never mind. I got excited for no reason. But anyway, I don't think I'll necessarily be able to get to that 3,000 hour mark before the end of the year. That would be lovely. That would also be lovely if I could get to 2,000 subscribers before the end of the year. But when it comes to the Patreon server, that's going to have to be a work on it as I find the time thing. And the more I earn, the more time I can find. But for right now, to keep the routine going, I'm going to just stick with the couple of Performium streams a week, and then have Thursday be something else. Maybe some weeks just do a binge play of something like Chronicon or whatever. Maybe do some stuff on the weekends, and then intermittently make some videos, some more mod guides, whatever. I don't want to run myself sick just to try to get to 3,000 watch hours in a year. Especially because I don't know if it's going to actually have any value. After the couple of adpocalypses, YouTube has become, let's say, strange. Excuse me. Oh yeah, that's a good question. Cuddles, you've had to disable ads, or re-enable ads. How bad are my streams? Especially considering I'm not seeing a penny of it. From your perspective, how bad is it? You don't get ads from me. That's nice. That's actually good to know. Ooh, don't drop that. That would have been terrifying. Drop my pick and then all of a sudden a creeper show up. Whew. Perish the thought. Nine ads in 19 minutes. An ad every 2 minutes. And it's probably 30-second ads, so it's probably even less than 2 minutes between ads. That's terrible. Oops. Good, I am still lined up. It occurs to me I can just look through here and make sure I'm lined up without having to do that. And then I do something like that and it messes everything up. Got it. Alright. You go there. Thank you. Good times. Good times. All right. I have a suspicion that I will probably never want to use chiseled deep slate in large quantities for any of my future projects ever. Maybe the occasional accent piece. Certainly not a central theme. I was about to ask why you're saying thank goodness, but then obviously you are also helping with the project, so you have great reason to be saying thank goodness. It's not a bad block. It's just... it's a very specific use. Uh-oh. Why do I have an odd number of blocks all of a sudden? Nothing looks out of place. Oh boy. Oh, on the subject of Fallout Shelter, I managed to get my first cat companion pet. And I assigned it to the person that I have operating my radio station, who is only playing internally. And I ought to be putting a few more people in the radio station as well. But I gave them the pet that allows 2.5 times as many visits of the mysterious stranger. And when my current adventurers are getting back to the vault, I will be getting a new dweller with the group as well. Whee! Oh no! Come on, let me fly. You got the parrot 3 times? What do your parrots do? Okay. A lot of blocks, Now I just need to do 4 more rails worth, and then I can actually start putting in the layers. Honestly, doing these does put in a substantial amount toward getting it done. I guess by the time I've put in all of the 8 rails worth, that will almost amount to at least the amount of blocks in the second top layer, if not the one above or below it. It's a substantial amount of blocks. Let me in. I will have to remember that this next layer here is the layer that gets the torches. And because this is going to be one of the full layers, I'm going to be spinning an awful lot of torches. Especially right over this one. From there over to there, each one is going to have to get 4 torches, because while this layer is going to get more stuff put on top of it, that is going to be just the open layer. That's going to be the equivalent of this big gaping hole here. And so all of the surface needs to be illuminated for the entire distance. So that means the light is going to have to be in the whole place. I'm saying that more for future me to hear me saying it now and remember it than anything, but that's going to be a lot of torches. That's double the amount that it would normally need to be. %, damage resistance. Wait, you got 3 copies of that same parrot? I mean, that's great to put in your vault room, or the front room, the power station, whatever is your main room. Or for adventurers, I suppose, that works too. That's a good question, actually. In your base, for each tier of the room, you can have 1 pet. So if your room is a tier 1, then you can have 1 pet. If it's tier 2, you can have 2, and tier 3 is 3. So you can have half as many pets as you have dwellers in a room. Uh-oh. Do those limitations also apply when you're out on the adventures? Can you only send out 1 dog on an adventure, say? Or can your questers, if you send out 3 questers, can you send out 3 pets with those quests? Oh, okay, cool. Uh-oh, I'm back to an even number of blocks. So I'm trying to think, if I am going to stream the data pack stuff, it doesn't make any sense for me to try to horse around with streaming the web page itself. So I guess what I'll do is, while I'm streaming, I'll post the link to the current data pack that I'm working on into the Discord. And then I will just stream the footage of testing and interacting with the data pack and or plugin. Oh, I bet that's where the discrepancy happened over there on the end cap. And that's why it went to odd and then now it's even again. Oh, it's even again probably because as I was breaking back to fix my error, I maybe dropped some, but well, that was unfortunate. You're gonna be an issue. Have your one-way ticket to midnight. There is I think it's a movie franchise, but I'm going to say a movie relating to Greek gods and demigods and that sort of thing. And I can't remember the name of the actor, the guy who played Qui-Gon Jinn and a couple other big roles and things. I can never remember his name. But he plays, I think, Zeus. It's either Zeus or Hades. I think it's Zeus. And there is a concept in there that I'm not sure if this is how the Greek mythology actually works, but it's an interesting idea. And the concept is that when a human dies, their soul gets to, go on to Hades or wherever. There is something beyond for the humans, but when a god dies, it is nothing. They become dust. They become nothing. And it is, to use the word they use in the movie, oblivion. There is nothing when a god dies. And so, but the way I look at it is, when a mob dies in Minecraft, that experience, that is their soul. You are using mob souls in order to enchant your gear. You are a necromancer. Spending the currency of death. Continuing with the train of thought using the word oblivion and less specifically, the Elder Scrolls in general. Everything has a soul essence, also to be used for enchanting. And as long as you have the knowledge on how to use them, you can trap a soul of a dying being in a shiny little rock. Bye! And store it for later like a battery. In a soul gem. But besides Minecraft and the Elder Scrolls, I don't know if I can think of, the top of my head, of any game or game franchise that has an enchanting mechanic which uses souls as the currency. I'm not sure. In Fate and Torchlight, it's just money that goes into enchanting. In Chronicon, it's money. You can do sockets and runes and stuff in Diablo, but as far as enchanting is concerned, it's kind of just luck of the draw. There are some situations where you can give an item to a quest giver, and as a quest reward they will enchant an item, but that doesn't seem to use anything like souls to do. I can't think of any game or game franchise that uses souls for enchanting outside of Minecraft and the Elder Scrolls. I can't think of any. Monster parts and money. See, I wouldn't consider the monster parts as being the souls, though. I would consider XP as mob essence, as the soul. I would consider that. But mob parts, that's like, you know, just... that would be more like gems. Like, here's a dragon's tooth. Now my shield has fire damage, or fire damage reflection or something. You know, dragon's tooth. Or here's an eyeball from a grognak, and it gives +3 to perception or whatever. That doesn't feel very soul-like. That's body parts. That's more flesh crafting, if anything. Dante. I've not played Dante. I don't know. There is enchanting in Dante. Or what? call enchanting. Imbuing, I think is that Dante? See, that's another part of the issue is I've played so many games, I'm not sure what games have which mechanics, but does the Dante mechanic, do you have to kill stuff in order to get energy that is used separately from money currency? Not objects, but energy that is then turned into some kind of enchantment. Is that how it works in Dante? Oh. Well then, never mind. I've seen a game called Dante, and I seem to recall that it is an RPG, so if we are talking about two different things, I apologize. I might be wrong. Maybe Dante is a game that does not have enchanting, and I am applying the wrong thing to the wrong game. Either way, I can't remember off the top of my head any other game or franchise that I have played that uses the death of enemies as the currency for getting imbued gear. Because like in World of Warcraft, for instance. Uh-oh. Enchanting is... you break apart magically imbued items and get like some dust or something, some sort of essence. And then you use that to do the enchanting. But you're not actually using the death of the enemy in order to get the magic, say, to do the enchanting. It's just use already magically imbued stuff, you disassemble it and use that imbuement, which comes from somewhere, and you apply that imbuement to something else. What other big games? Let's see here. I don't know if you can fiddle with the enchantments in Silverfall. Ooh. Oh, no, that's more gems in Titan Quest. But there is something you can do with enchantments. Huh. With Chronicon, for sure, it's just flat out money. Oh, I did it again. Where did I... Yep. All the way back here. I can't think of any. I can't think of any at all. That's interesting. Monster souls. Okay, if it's not body parts, if it's souls, I would count that as what I'm talking about. So if you use monster souls to upgrade and imbue or enchant or whatever, I would count that. What game is it? Let's see if we can come up with the name of that game. That game doesn't have any enchanting mechanic. That's more socketing. It takes money. It's almost certainly going to be an RPG style game. It's not like you're going to be getting many souls from NASCAR. Dante's Inferno. Okay. Oh! That's, hold on, let me bring up Steam here. Please don't play sound automatically. Nope. Pause. Pause. Dante's Bullet Inferno. Okay. Click and pause. No music. Please, thank you. Is this the game that... Oh, that's this game. Interesting. Let's add this to my wish list. I'll look at that later. No. Hey. I did not say autoplay the thing. Please, thank you. A Bullet Inferno is not what you were referring. There's a bullet. The reverse of a bullet hell is called bullet heaven. There's a bullet heaven game that Elmaze has been playing recently that I've added to my watch list / wish list. Don't remember what it's called. Something about vampires. But I sometimes enjoy those games. There is a limit of hecticness that I don't really like to deal with, and that's part of the reason why I don't like some of the tower defense games anymore. Is the down to the wire stress-inducing thing. I like to play games where it's a lot more casual than that. Yes, occasionally running out of food or oxygen or whatever and trying to get back to base before the timer runs out on occasion in resource management games and things like that. That's one thing, but high levels of stress, I'm not really compatible with that anymore. Good, everything still lines up. Ah. Oh, that's a good question. Monster Rancher and the Monster Rancher franchise, which is basically, if you're not familiar, basically you use actual CDs and DVDs, you pop them into the PlayStation, and it reads some line of data off of them. Any old one will do. And it randomly generates, based on that data, as using it as a seed, it generates a monster for you to train and take into battle along the lines of Pokemon, Digimon, that kind of thing. And I think with that game, when you defeat some of the fights, you effectively get monster essence. If that might be a different game, come to think of it. Uh-oh. I thought it was lined up right. I'm wrong. Where's the all the way back here? Ugh. I thought I was lined up. I was wrong. Or maybe I was, and then I just immediately went out of alignment. Okay, so here's a question then. I've not played it. What about the Dark Souls stuff? When you collect those, I guess those are souls or essences after you defeat some of the stuff, does that get used in enchanting? What is that currency used for? Do we know? I've never played the game, and I have, or the games, and I have no idea. Come on. Because there's more stuff in that franchise. I think it's called Elden Ring. Make yourself not undead. so maybe. I guess the real question is there gear enchanting in that game? Or do the aspects of weapons and armor, are they just set in stone? They are what they are. Wait a minute. Okay, so there's an old game that I played on the PlayStation a long time ago. I have it probably on that hard drive there also, called Parasite Eve. And in this game, your gear gets better over time. And I think the way it happens is by using your innate powers to upgrade your gear. Or maybe that's wrong. But I think it's you use some of your powers to unlock the ability to upgrade your gear, and then you can use like junk you find around to fill the slots. And if that's the case, I think you get your energy from doing the killing. That's your XP. It has been too long. I'm not sure. The reason I'm thinking about this is I had been considering the whole using the souls of cows and stuff to enchant your boots. I had been thinking about it and trying to remember what other games I played that used effectively soft necromancy without calling it that. Ouch. Trade, you say. Ow, keep bonking my hand on my mic while trying to scratch my head. What do we have here? Sunflowers. Well, thank you. That is a lot of bone meal harvesting that I did not have to do. Thank you ever so very much. I think that is a delightful trade. Okay, bye. All right. Now I can focus on the bottom of these 3 layers. It has been 3 hours of stream. I think I can get the rest of this done. I've been thinking about the logistics of how I would go about dealing with the data packs and linking and stuff. Just on the off chance YouTube is going to be persnickety. Because I was thinking, well, I could just link them maybe in the chat and or just slowly add them to the video description, but depending on how much I go through, that might be an awful lot. So I think the best bet is going to be what I was thinking about earlier, just posting the link to where I'm getting the data pack to the Discord, and just stream the effect of it in game. Okay. Missed one. Okay. going back to Dark Souls, by the way, I've seen enough of the game to know that it is, to me, it is just a story game. Yes, seeing all the in-between story parts is challenging and technically a game, but all it is making the parts between the story scenes interesting and make it feel like you're actually doing stuff. The difficulty, the imposed difficulty of it is, for the Dark Souls stuff, it is not the sort of thing that I enjoy. I would rather start off getting comfortable with a game and then competent with it, and then up the difficulty by imposing challenges or just sliding up the difficulty knob, or going after the gear that you can only get by playing on harder difficulty, that sort of thing. A lot of games, like a lot of MMOs for instance, in order to get the really good gear, you're not going to be just doing the normal gameplay, the normal instances and things like that. You're going to have to get very competent with your character and your build and be able to join a large raiding group and do these massive raids and quests and stuff in order to get the good stuff. But if you want to just play the game, you want to collect all the little doodads and whatnot, it's just a game. And so it's accessible to everyone. Dark Souls is not. Dark Souls is, it starts hard, becomes impossible kind of thing. And I'm not really a fan of those. Now, I will say this. For the games that are on that level of difficulty, I've seen a lot of people say that they wish they had never gotten as good at Dark Souls as they had, because it makes playing other easier games so much less enjoyable that they no longer want to play the things that they used to like. Because now they are too easy. There is no challenge, and part of the games being fun previously was the challenge. And because they have trained themselves to look for tells and respond to wind-ups and stuff like that, and be more keen on the environment, once they got good at Dark Souls, they got equally good at other games in an unintended way. And there are basically two complaints that I have read or watched people say about their effect on other games. One is that it's made it so that other games are no longer challenging and therefore no longer fun, or it has made it so they are keenly aware about how poorly responsive game controls are for other games that they own, and that when they expect one thing to happen from their button presses and it doesn't happen within the time frame that they expect it to, they begin getting more and more frustrated with the game. Whereas before, nothing has changed. Before, everything was just fine, and now they are expecting a level of similarity to the Dark Souls stuff. When you get very good at stuff that is too hard, stuff that was enjoyably difficult but not too hard previously stops being enjoyable. I guess is the long and short of it. Cannot remember the name of the game. There is a game that is along the lines of like Arma 2 / Daisy, where it's sort of an open world and war / post-apocalypse kind of thing, and when you incur damage and then you log out at the end of your day, like you do your stuff and you are done playing, you've done your battles, you bandaged up as best you can, eaten food and all that kind of stuff. When you log out and log back in, whether it's a day or a week or a month later, you are not healed as if you had been on the mend the entire duration between, and instead you are right where you left off, and if you need to heal, you still have to heal. So you have to spend all this extra time and effort and resources in making sure that you are adequately taken care of. And a similar phenomenon to the Dark Souls thing has happened because of this game and a couple others like it, where they go to play other games, like in this case, for instance, actually going back to Daisy / Arma 2. They go back to that, and it's like easy street. Yeah, there's unavoidable mishaps, but it makes it so much less challenging, so much less thought that you have to put into it. You don't have to worry about staying on top of your health. When you die, you basically get a fresh slate and that sort of thing, and it's no longer a challenge. It's like in Minecraft on Performium, when you die, you just keep your inventory, you go back. Imagine if you didn't have keep inventory. It would definitely make PvP very interesting. But a similar kind of complaint. Not quite the same, but similar. It's too easy now. I don't like it. there are these Super Mario maps that people have made where you have to use your knowledge of all the pixel exploits of every aspect of the game in order to even make it 2 or 3 jumps into the game. Like if you blink at the wrong time, you're going to just fail. And there were similar circumstances where people would get good at getting a pixel perfect jump off of turtle shells or whatever it was needed in order to get past those levels, to the point where going back and playing the actual Mario games, they said it was so slow and so easy and so boring that it was no longer fun. I feel like that's the same sentimentality behind the challenge adaptation that comes with Dark Souls and whatnot. I mean, there's adapt or die, and then there's whatever that is. Found the hole. No, come on, fly, please. There we go. One of my favorite of the Viva La Dirt League videos about Dark Souls is when they go after the crystal basilisks or whatever they're called, and they come around the corner and insta death, and I'm like, oh, you're gonna kill me, aren't you? Yep. Do you have any idea what was in that? Oh. Okay, well, go ahead. Stab. Yep, there it is. How many souls do I have? Do I have? 39,000. Oh yeah, that's great. Yep. Uh-huh. Totally not worth it. And then he revives and goes, I am not doing that again. I am not going to chase after one of those Crystal Basilisk. And he goes running off. I love it. Viva La Dirt League is great. I'll give them a name tag named name tag. Oh. They asked a question and then accepted the trade. Okay. I saw that. I'm very glad that the blocks aren't deleting like they were that one day. That made building very tedious. I ended up spending about 1/5 of my time having to go back and replace blocks I had already placed. So who does what for Halloween? I have a Halloween tradition, but before I share it, I want to know what you guys do. I know Cuddles probably is going to say not much, if anything at all. I have a tradition for Halloween. I watch the movie Groundhog Day. And I bet you'll never guess what I do on Groundhog Day. The discount candy the day after is very nice. Yes, I will say that. Candy shopping on November 1st is delightful. I watch Halloween on Groundhog Day. What's Halloween Town? Oh, actually, on Halloween, ever since the movie Edge of Tomorrow came out, I also sometimes watch Edge of Tomorrow on Halloween because it's basically the same thing as Groundhog Day. Okay. There's that part. And now this part. It's only been 3 hours and 40 minutes into the stream. I think this is going pretty well. Speaking of Edge of Tomorrow, I seem to recall that they were making an Edge of Tomorrow 2. And I don't think I've heard any more news about that since I learned about it. I'm going to have to look into that. Speaking of watching things, Cuddles this weekend. There are 3 new Korean Hermitcraft episodes that we have not simul-watched yet. Oh, speaking of the Halloween movie, I was recently reminded of the fact that there was a Freddy vs. Jason movie. I have not seen it. Using the Halloween antagonist and the Nightmare on Elm Street antagonist all in the same universe. Fix one, break one. Fix one, break one. All right. It is only just now 10:01. Oh, they tried to say cursed. Oh. Four green episodes. What? Hold on. Is there a new one today? Yesterday there were only 3. Green, 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 green. Oh. It presumes that I'm aware of the other ones and it knocks them off of the list on this site. Okay, yeah, 4 episodes. Yep. There are at least 3 episodes. How's that? Well, maybe not. You may not have to deal with all the ads. What we can try to do is the YouTube watch together thing on Discord. And just have to do it 1 episode at a time because it behaves funny for me when I try to make a playlist. Or at least it was when I was doing it before. Right. Get a drink here. Oh. Let me actually go get a drink. Oops. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. I almost added the cherry flavor to my cup before I rinsed it out. I'm using the same cup that I was using earlier for coffee for my flavored water now. And that would have been a disastrous mix had I not caught myself at the last second. Or delicious, who knows? Maybe coffee and black cherry flavor taste good together. Who am I to judge? I personally don't think it would be all that great, but you never know. Let's see here. I need 11 more favors to make this purchase. Okay. Alright. Then after that, I already have 5 investors available. What will be my next investor purchase? I kind of want to focus on the retainers first. So I guess it's probably gonna be retaining the auto buy or the auto lease next. Okay. I have a roadmap now. Alright. This part of this stage shall be done probably before 4 o'clock. Or before 4 hours, I mean. And that means there's still going to be time before the restart happens at 10:20-ish. Nice, nice, nice. I think when my current questers on Fallout Shelter get back, I think I might have another lunchbox at my disposal. Or it's either a lunchbox or a pet carrying case. I'm not sure which. I just finished I think the last of the quest line for the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse thing. At least I think that's what it is. Alright. Something felt like it looked funny in here. No, guess not. Let's drop down a little bit. No, a little bit more. There we go. Oh no. I think after the batch of people on Fallout Shelter that I have training, and in conjunction with the one that's no doubt going to be a legendary when I get them after having finished the quest I just did, I might have enough dwellers to justify sending out a second questing group at the same time. Won't that be fun? 2 quests at once. I think I can actually do 3 quests at once, come to think of it. But sending out people on quests in parties of anything less than 3 is irksome. If it's just 1 or 2, I'm not going to torture them. With the visit to storage, trade, grow. Wave is probably the wrong thing to say. Alright, he is proud of his grinders. Grinder's a grinder. He has lights to turn on spawning, although I don't think that that matters for iron golems. They get pushed under there, and since they don't swim up, go down, they take the damage down there. Ding and dong. Awesome. Oh, and also this prevents them from spawning in these blocks as well. Okay. Alright, what next? Oh, also he has the caution tape. Nice. Yep, output. And some ding-ding-dings. Low restriction. There we go. Let's do this. Apparently there was a brief amount of time when I was not on. Okay, and now let's bring this up and go / vote. Remember to vote. Vote all 5 times and you get a free gem. That's my name. You're going to ask me if I'm human, aren't you? Yep, motorcycles. These are not motorcycles, these are dirt bikes, but I know what they're asking for. Alright. You're asking for the odd duck. Okay. And this is that and vote. And this is vote. Okay. And go back to wild. Oh. Come in here. Around the corner. Yep. How to kill an iron golem. It's a good design. And this is all the ding-dongs. There we go. I'm going to presume that that's the end. Oh, one last bit. He already knew what I was saying. He went up. Ah, flow restriction so that they can pile up. Got it. I was wondering what the flow restriction was for. There we go. Cool beans. Alright. Fly, and then back, and then P time at noon, and P weather clear. And it's a good build. It is, it is. And also, it's not bad for a single spawner. Ooh, automated swapping. That sounds very redstone. I'm intrigued. I have been thinking about more redstone-y things lately, including some thoughts inspired by yesterday's reminiscence of the light bright boards, and using some sort of open close sign that could be done by flipping a lever and having the sign on the wall and flipping the lever and having it change. And I believe I can make it work, because if someone is holding a copy of a map, like it's the exact same copy, and that map updates, then any chunk-loaded displayed versions of that map will also update. But they have to be of the same map. If I'm remembering correctly, that is. Huh. That was weird. So I've seen a lot of people use water and lapis on the same map art, which leads me to wonder if they make different colors of blue on display. I don't think they used to be different colors of blue. The only other reason I can think of for doing it is they get to a point where they're thinking, well, I don't have enough resources to justify using all of this lapis, but I do have a water bucket here. I think that might be what's going on, because I really don't think it's a different shade of blue. I might be wrong. Has been a little while since I've concerned myself with the minutiae of map art. And even the last time I did map art, it was just 2 colors, so I didn't need to think about anything. Which actually reminds me, I need to find a spot and make a new Thorn of Night map art. I have definitely gone through a lot of blocks today. It's basically just a drop in the bucket. Oh yeah, you've got those 3 map spots from before, that's right. Oops. Oh yeah, okay, so that's the front edge that's already filled in. Don't have to worry about that. That's part of the reason why I prefer to start there is once I get back around to that spot, I know it's already done. So, since you guys are probably going to be among the few watching tomorrow anyway, what would you prefer seeing? Me trying to reassemble a Skyrim set of mods, or me trying to work with Minecraft data packs? Because I've been tossing around the thought of either or, and I need to get both established anyway, so I need to just pick one and force myself to do it, because I have recognized that I'm starting to put off doing them. And if I'm putting things off, then that means that's something I need to do on stream. I see/hear you down there. Oh no. Oh no, twice. Bethesda coding. It just workn't. I still say that if it weren't for the fact that they included the ability to bring up console so you could fix broken quests and things, if it weren't for that fact, the Bethesda games, the Fallout and the Elder Scrolls franchises would not be as popular as they are, because everyone would have the same experience of, I only got so far before the game stopped working, and so I had to fix this one quest after looking up how to do it in console. That's like the common thread behind all the Bethesda games, is everyone has their little horror story of, well, it stopped working, so I had to learn how to do coding. I very adamantly feel that their decision to leave the command console option in is the only thing that made their franchises viable. They would just be another company if they had not done that one thing. And because they were either clever or lazy enough to leave it in, the popularity of it just went through the roof, because then it opened up the possibilities for lots of other things to happen. Here, come get me. Come on. You too. Bye. Okay. That's right, yes. for your game, Cuddles, I'm wondering if we can't just revert you to a previous version, like revert you to Special Edition or something, and see if we can get that to work. Because I think maybe something they did in Anniversary Edition is what has borked it for your computer. That might be something we can do to try to alleviate some of the issue there. Because I've been thinking about it, and yours was working just fine up until they pushed through the anniversary. Now there was some duration between the last time you played and the time that they pushed that update through, but since you weren't doing anything with the game between those two events, the only variable is they made it Anniversary Edition. So if you could revert it somehow easily enough to just the regular second edition, Special Edition, you might be able to get your functionality back. It's something to think about. Obviously, it'll take a little more work than just talking about it can do, but it is an idea to keep around in the back of your mind, or if you do have a hankering to look into that again. Well, that's something I would be able to help you with. It's just brain's not there at the moment. But there's a way to do it straight through Steam, as I recall. Like you can have it set up for being able to play beta versions of games and saves them separately, and then you can go back and select previous incarnations of Skyrim. Oh, I wonder if I do that, if it will display all of my playtime, including the older versions. Ah. Well, no, probably not actually, because it still says I have so many hours played, and I for sure don't have as many since it came out on the new version as it displays me having played. So that question is sort of self-answering. Yeah, I got the drink. I can drink. Black cherry water. But what do you think, Cuddles? Skyrim or Minecraft? Or should I play just another old game and reserve working on that for maybe a Discord stream over the weekend? That way you guys can have some input on the back end of those things in a sort of a more relaxed environment. And then me just play, I don't know, Van Helsing or Silverfall or something tomorrow. I'm game for either. Well, I mean, I would need you to help test some of the Minecraft stuff once I get it assembled, but this is going to be a whole other version, and I will have to set up a different Papercraft server launcher and all that kind of stuff. So the first step would be making sure that the plugins and the data packs are compatible with each other. That could actually be something to include the other Patreon supporter there. I could, once I get the test server up, I could pass on the IP for coming help to test what the perspective of it would be from a non-opt user. Because obviously I would have to be opt for doing my end of testing, but I don't have an alt. And so one of the things that I kind of lean on Cuddles for is she gets to be the non-opt guinea pig. Alright, now this section. Johnny, if you would be interested, I could also include you in that aspect of testing, but that won't be the immediate thing. First, I have to make sure that everything works together. And then I would have to assemble the resource pack properly. And then it would be testable. Because you can ask Cuddles, there's some growing pains when you have multiple of the data packs that ask for multiple resource packs. You have to kind of do some shuffling to get the resource packs to work with each other. At first I was having it set up so that you'd basically install the resource packs or load the resource packs in a specific order, but then I eventually realized I could, with a lot of pushing and shoving, squeeze them all together into a cohesive package and just have that available for download to be able to view the stuff on the resource pack. And even then, it's a little squirrely because I can't figure out, at least yet, where they are dealing with the the, I guess, the gravity blocks and the transparent, like the barrier blocks and all that. I can't seem to figure out where those are going in the code. And so there are a couple of the data packs, at least the way they had them set up previously, there were a couple that used the same block, and so it had to pick or choose what was being displayed, and it got some funny visual results out of it, which were very limited in use anyway, so it was okay, but it did look funny. I have decided, because all of the backpack data packs that I've put in have had the same issue, that I'm not going to be going with the backpack one. And what the issue is you can make infinitely nested backpacks. Even the ones that have built-in where you can't put a backpack in a backpack. You can put a shulker in a backpack and put that in a shulker and put that in a backpack and put that in a shulker. And you do that about 15 times and you get a single string that represents one item that is so long it crashes the server when you look at it. So I am going to avoid those potentialities. Fun fact, that is part of the reason why objects have a limit to how long their names can be. And all their lore and all that kind of stuff that you can add to an item when enchanting and whatnot, and creating them as an op, there's a limit. That way, if you have a whole bunch of stuff in one chest, it's not going to crash the server, because it affects the entire server, not just the client. The string just gets too long, because what it says is, you have a container which contains, and there goes server. Plus, it just felt very exploitative to be able to nest shulkers inside backpacks and inside shulkers inside backpacks. I don't enjoy breaking things like that or giving opportunities for them to break like that. It's less fun. Even on, like, for instance, on Skyrim, yes, I can min-max and make the alchemy stuff so that I can make a higher level enchantment, so I can make a higher level potion, so I can make a higher level enchantment, so I can make a higher level potion, so on and so forth, until I make a buffer underrun damage or whatever. Yes, it's doable, but the end result is it's not fun anymore. If you're the spiffing Brit, it's great to be able to find the exploits, but meh. I don't need a fork that can kill God. Go flying! What is it that makes gunpowder? It's sulfur, copper, coal, and is it potassium? Or is it nitrogen? Or at least simple gunpowder. For a very brief patch on Diablo 2, there was an exploit where you could put a Herodric cube inside a Herodric cube inside a Herodric cube inside a so on and so forth. And they made sure to patch that out. But what a glorious storage system it was for that brief couple of months. I could carry so many perfect topaz, it was great. It was actually Diablo 2 and perfect topaz trading, which made it so that ownership of data and transmission of data through eBay was restricted. Used to be, you could spend your time farming perfect gems, and then you could list an inventory full of perfect gems for Diablo 2. You could list it on eBay. And like you could get 130 bucks for a full inventory of perfect topaz. And then you meet up, you trade, or drop the items on the ground and whatnot. After the PayPal goes through and you're done. You have, or the check comes in, whatever, and you've made 130 bucks off of some gem farming, or however much money it was at the time. And it was actually fairly reasonable to do the time to get the gems versus the amount of money you get out of it. I mean, you're already playing the game anyway, and in the process of getting those gems, you're also getting other stuff that is also valuable. And so you could also list some set items and stuff like that. And so there was this whole, instead of a Discord or a Reddit community or whatever, the community of games that had tradable stuff revolved around eBay. The evolution of the internet. That was also the heyday of being able to reasonably get a hold of and then resell like Atari cartridges on eBay as well. I could spend about $100 in a weekend and end up with, I don't know, 15 game consoles and a couple hundred games. Clean them up, make sure they all work, list them, make enough off of just those to pay rent and all that kind of stuff, and have plenty enough money left over to get the next batch. Rinse, repeat, end up at the end of the garage sale season with many thousands of dollars left over so that you could get by without having to list anything for a while during the dry season while it's cold and people aren't doing garage sales. And then when it warms back up again, more money to be had. It was great times. You just had to get up nice and early and deal with all the people and their interesting routines. Also at that time, because of how listing fees worked, you could very reasonably list just massive amounts of individual 90-day listings for your eBay shops for different kinds of stuff that you could get in large quantity, like Magic the Gathering cards and stuff like that. And so you list those all at once, and then over the next several months you have enough of a trickle income where the only work you need to do is when something sells, you put it in an envelope and mail it out. That was great. eBay has definitely changed since then. The internet as a whole has. Also, yes, potassium nitrate sounds correct. There was a game, going back to the whole nested containers thing, there was a game that I played where while you could put a container in another container, if you were quick enough, and it would stay, as soon as you did it, it would be sort of on a timer, and it would automatically drop out of your inventory without you doing anything. Like, you'd have it and it would just fall out of your inventory. And so what people would do is they would nest a container and a container and a container and fill them all up and all that kind of stuff. And then they would aim their character in a certain way, and so the item would drop in front of them. They'd walk forward, keep doing that, and it would make it so they could move massive quantities of stuff in a very short amount of time. I don't remember what game that was. It was it wasn't EverQuest 2. It feels like it was one of the MMOs that I've played, but I don't remember. I don't remember. It has been a long time. Ooh, EverQuest. What was the currency for enchanting stuff in there? I don't remember. Did you harvest souls in EverQuest? I don't remember. Was it crafting materials or was it souls? EverQuest was really the game that got the bad rap. World of Warcraft tried to avoid all the stigmas of, you know, the dirty gamer, and so they employed such marketing schemes as including like Chuck Norris and Mr. T and other high visibility celebrities, and go basically, these important people play and enjoy World of Warcraft, so it's not EverQuest, it's better. And honestly, even as far as your computer is concerned, World of Warcraft was better than EverQuest. EverQuest had different kinds of stability issues. World of Warcraft, you could run that on a Abacus if you needed to, I think, if you were fast enough at clicking numbers. I used to be able to get World of Warcraft to run on computers that would sometimes even have a hard time running Diablo 2. They tried to make it as accessible and universal as possible, even with having some internally built self-throttling graphics and stuff like that. It was great technology. World of Warcraft back in the day was all about making it accessible to anyone and everyone, because that's the only way they were going to make the money, is making everyone play. Kill mechanism toggle. Ah. was gonna say, you had a flow restriction. That would be the same thing as a kill restriction. Oops, oops. I hear you. Oh, it almost fell into the hole by itself. Come on. Come on. Oh. And... Aw. Oops, 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 oops. Sorry if I'm not very talkative. I'm kind of hyper-focused trying to get this done because I want to try to get everything done by or about midnight. That includes the torches and everything else. All the blocks, all the torches. Done for all 3 of these tier 4s. Just mark it out of my to-do ledger. Okay, so that's that. So now all I have to do is this area here. Oh boy. It's getting down to it. I might need to go get myself some more. Huh. Wall of text, what do we have here? I thought I brought back more of these and put them in storage yesterday. 2. Can't put these at the top because I'll get confused. You have a trade. Oh, sorry. Why am I coming back down here? Slash back. There we go. Oh yeah, I have tons of torches. Challenge? I love challenges. Well, some. Alright, we're at the 5-hour mark. Let's see if I can get this done before 6 hours. I know this is a little bit longer of a stream. I started a little earlier today. Okay. Black cherry water. Yes, black cherry water. Ah, delicious. I get the great value version of Mio's. I squirt them into my water bottle. Well, cup with straw thing. And that's my drink. I get the black cherry because it's got a little bit of caffeine and also it's got a black container. Oh, you can dispense powdered snow, that's right. And you can use it for murderizing things. Oh, I actually said ope. Wow. That was an accidental cross between O and oops. Ope. Can you channel the skulk sensor or the skulk shriek, I guess? Can you channel that inside tunnels of wool, or does the sensor pulse go through anything and everything? Can you make sound tunnels? I'm asking out loud, not necessarily for an immediate answer. I'm asking my brain to remember this for later. Because if you can make sound tunnels, then you can also have a different kind of wireless transmission that redstone signals won't compete with each other. I don't know. I don't know if that works. I will be right back though. I recognized that I have a little bit of heartburn, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to be working and then shoveling some yogurt into the pie hole so that I can douse the heartburn. So I will be on and off mute. When I have something to say, I will unmute. think I may have accidentally reversed my muting. I apologize if you heard any delicious noises. I have a friend on Discord who was infamous for forgetting that they were on mute, and then they would have to sneeze, and so they would unmute just long enough for everyone to hear them sneeze, and then they would mute again. Because from their perspective, it was just, you know, muting to sneeze and then unmuting to talk again. And I am reminded of that. It was hilarious. Yep, Ender Lady. She also had such a powerful sneeze that even though under normal circumstances one of her headphones didn't work for the mic, like she could not make sound come through the mic at all, no matter what she did, except when she sneezed, somehow it was enough to come through the mic. And it was just magical. You heard that? Yep. We called it Ender sneezing. She could teleport a sneeze to our ears from across the country. Good times. I need to pester her again, see what she's been up to. She, like so many of us, will, once we break a routine, we tend to forget that we had it and just make a new routine. And then eventually we remember and we go, oh wait, I used to such and such. And then you realize, oh, it's been so long since I've done that, that now I'm too embarrassed to go back, because then it'll be, well, where have you been this whole time? And it's hard to convince people to remember that it really doesn't matter when you're among friends. You can go months or years without an exchange and then pick up right where you left off. Some people have this embarrassment factor that's hard to overcome. Because I remember the last time I had talked to her, she was thinking about getting back into Minecraft and thinking about getting back onto Performium. And I think that with a little bit of prompting, she might be convinced to come back. That would be great. I found a 2-star mystery box. That's got 2 stars worth of stardust in it. I'm not going to do my crates today. That's time that I need to be spending on this project here. And I am so close to done. Oops. Or at least so close to done with today's step. Alright, let's mute for some more yogurt. Alright. Again, I apologize for the brief pauses. When I get heartburn, it's no joke, and I like to try to stop that in its tracks. Doesn't look like I'll be able to get this done by midnight, but I'm still gonna push until I'm done with this. I might be able to get it done. Oh well, let's see here. I might be able to get it done before the 6-hour mark, but it doesn't feel like midnight because it's only about 15 minutes until midnight. we'll see. And if you guys want to stop watching, I will not be offended. I'm just going to keep streaming until I'm done with this project. But if you guys need to leave, don't feel bad. This is an excessively long project, and it would be ridiculous to try to force yourself to watch any longer than you're comfortable doing. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I stay up until, what, for me is 5 in the morning anyway, so. Streaming until midnight's nothing. It's just a really long shift, basically, for me. So, it just means that I have to make sure to eat well before I stream and then after. And, well, today I had okay food before. I'm having to have a little bit of yogurt because of heartburn. So that slakes the, I guess slake is for thirst. Sates. It sates the small amount of end of stream hunger, so it's not as dire as it could be for me. You want grapes, huh? Well, don't forget to waddle to the kitchen. That is, of course, a reference to the good old duck song. Have you got any grapes? And then he waddled away. Waddle, waddle. Till the very next day. Ouch. Oh no. Right. I think what I'll do is I'll focus on the blocks and then I will deal with the torches after the stream maybe. That way the actual structure is done and I'm not having to do the extra busy work of torches at the very end, cram some more time in. Especially because just even getting these done looks like it's gonna put me at the 6-hour mark. All right. Hello, archers. Okay. So I can have my cohesive build strategy. I'm going to start at this end. There we go. Second to last layer. Penultimate. I should have enough blocks to make it all the way to the end. I should. With the shulkers that I did get, there should be enough. Haha! Have you got any grapes? Uh-oh. Situation dire. I forgot to top off my drink when I got up for the yogurt. Be right back. Is my... Oh, there we go. Now my mic is cooperating. Huh. Mic button acting funny. Hope that doesn't mean you heard me finishing off the yogurt before I got up. It's at the end of the stream. It doesn't matter. I've watched people have entire streams where the whole objective is them eating stuff anyway, so a little bit of yogurt scraping probably doesn't matter. The trick with doing these projects is you have to make sure that your focus isn't on how far away am I from the end of the task. Instead, you just do the task. You try to put little blinders on, so to speak, so you don't notice, oh, I've got this much left to do. You don't worry about that. You just focus on just where you currently are working. The end of the task will arrive when it arrives. It'll take precisely no more or less time than it is going to take. There are some cultures that, even to this day, don't really have, linguistically, an emphasis on time frames. Like you ask, when will the doctor get here? When will the house be done getting built? And they will answer with, yes. They don't have a time frame. They don't have a busy train schedule to keep. Their answer is when it is done. When will they get here? When they arrive. And not a moment sooner. And some of the way I try to approach life is using that same principle of don't worry about if you're in the middle of doing something, don't worry about how long it's going to take to do the thing. Just do the thing. Any amount of time you spend calculating how long it's going to take to do the thing is time not doing the thing. Just do the thing. That way it takes less time. And how long do you think it'll take to do this project? All the way until it's finished. Now, I like to set arbitrary goals for things sometimes and try to race to fit inside the time frame of those goals, but very often I just do things as they get done. It feels healthier that way. Also, it makes it so the end product turns out better. I'm not feeling rushed. Oops. Wow. I felt a wee bit of lag there. Okay, getting down to the end of this layer. It's gonna be about 6.5 hour stream. But it'll be done. I still haven't decided what I want to be working on for my stream tomorrow. The options are either do a data pack or a mod, assembly stream for Minecraft or Skyrim, or save those for the weekend and play some other game, maybe Van Helsing or something, for my Thursday stream. Still undecided. Okay, now the last layer. Whew. That and then this, okay. My goodness. Once I start the next layers, this is gonna feel very weird. And I have decided that I'm going to be working on just the front end of this first, and then fill in the back, anything that Cuddles isn't already taken care of. I might work from the top down. But I'll do the front from the bottom up and then the rest from the top down. I think that seems like a good method. Oh. I believe I'm good. Thank you for asking though, Cuddles. But I believe I have enough to last me until the end of this layer. It was a good try, buddy. Hello, you are back. And it is after midnight and you're coming back. Well, at least after midnight for me. For you, it might be a different time. I don't remember what your time is. But welcome back. I was just thinking about you. Literally, I was just about to say that, contrary to the way that you might view it as, how do I have the patience for this? Instead of patience, this is doing this, especially down to the wire like this. For me, this is quite the opposite. This is so exciting, I can barely contain myself. Like, if you could see my left leg, it's going boing, 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 boing. I'm just full of nervous energy right now. This is scratching a brain itch. Especially with as close to being done as this layer is. This is great. Oh, that's definitely not what it is, Cuddles. I took care of that earlier. This is just nervous energy. This is get stuff done. I need to stop holding my hand like that, though. Ah. Wrist brace only does so much work before I have to readjust, because my hand rotates around inside the brace when my brace is laying flat against my desk, and so it just kind of spins inside the brace. I have to reorient it every once in a while. Because believe it or not, this is a lot of button presses. Well, it's okay if you miss a lot. That's fine. You can always go back and rewatch. I encourage it. Yeah, this is just finishing off 3 of the 20 tier 4 Menger sponges that are going into the building of this project. It's a significant stage, but it's by no means finishing the project. But these are going to be the first tier 4s that are absolutely complete for this project, and that's a significant step. Because a tier 4 is the largest I've actually built in Minecraft in any other circumstance. And this is going to be a tier 5 when it's done. Oh, with as much time as has gone by since I started it, it's probably going to be more than just a few months. I would be surprised if this were done before March, because I am not spending as much time on it as I originally planned on doing. It's how terribly uninteresting would my content be if this was all it was for months on end. Ugh. In fact, next week I might only do maybe one stream working on this, just to get the ball rolling again, because once I finish this layer, I'm going to feel like taking a small break, but I need to make sure that it isn't a long break. So I will need to force myself to stream it some more, so that the taste is still in my mouth. Or at the very least, in my beard. Why do I need the sunflowers? Two reasons. One, I wanted to get a bunch of sunflowers because I wanted to build a little surprise area for the wife, and sunflowers are her favorite. But also because when you have just a sunflower in your inventory, it looks like little coins. And I wanted to use it, or I want to use it, not wanted, I still plan on using it, as a coin token item for the Undercity questing. And since it was on my mind, I figured, you know what, that's an easy enough thing to do. It just takes a little bone meal and a sunflower, and presto, you've got a whole bunch of sunflowers. So it's something easy enough to take care of. Doesn't take a lot of skill or really any time compared to other kinds of tasks. And you seemed to want to try to compensate for all the blocks that I've been giving you for your build. So I said, you know what? This will make it feel like it's been compensated. Oops. Were you clicking for each bone meal? You know you could just hold the button down. Like when I'm doing this, this is 1, and then 1, 2, 3, well, this is a bad example, is end of stack. Those last 4 or 5, that's 1 button press, and then that's 1 button press. Did you not know you could just hold the button down in Minecraft? Places blocks, bone meals. You can line up a whole bunch of dogs and then go down the line with a bunch of dye and dye all their collars, same thing with sheep. You just hold the button down and strafe. Oh yeah, my hands would be dead if every single one of these blocks was a button press. 3.2 million button presses? That would be crazy. All of that right there, one button press. Just hold the button down. And now you know another life pro tip. Hold the button down. One wonders if you are the type that doesn't hold the button down when you're mining. That would be concerning. Do you press the button for each block you mine? You press the button for each block you mine, don't you? Oh. Oh dear. Oh dear. That whole row, one button press. Yeah, I feel such sympathy for your situation that I want to mail you a card. Well, at least this knowledge is now going to make, hopefully, the rest of your life a little easier. If I had known sooner, I would have told you immediately. But yeah, this here times 3. That's how tall this is. All of this times 3. And that's just the height. Now doing this, what I'm doing right there, that is one button at a time because I'm having to make sure it doesn't double stack. Yeah, if you go mining, all you really have to do is hold the button down and it mines everything. And even this, that's whenever I place these 2 blocks, that's one button press. Every once in a while, my movements will get away with me, but yeah. I am so sorry that you have had to endure that unnecessary plight. I am very glad to have been able now to enlighten you, but that does not exchange my sorrow. Oops, oops. As some people say, it builds character. When people say things like that to me, I say, well, I could do with less character. Oh boy. Getting down to it. I see you. I have played games in the past where for each interaction you do have to make a new button press. And I don't play those games very long. Ow. Again. That's it? Okay. So close to done. 6.5 hour stream. That's almost a whole work shift. Oh, you went down in the little groove, huh? Ah. Rip. Okay. Yeah, after I'm done with this stream, I'm definitely putting the torches in. Well, aren't you guys just colorful? You got a whole committee here. You missed. We both missed. I missed you, then you missed me. A whole lot of missing going on. I have been live for 6 hours and 24 minutes. And I am very nearly done. I just wanted to finish this on today's stream. There's been maybe about 10 or 15 minutes of time in the middle where I've had to step away, maybe 10. But other than that, I have been fastidiously working. Okay. Almost there, almost there. Come on, quit on the thing. Yeah, I already did that part. So now it's just a bunch of this. Down the central line. Achievement get. Three side-by-side tier 4 Menger sponges, entirely hand placed in survival. Oh man. Not even close to done. That's 3 out of 20 for this whole thing. But look at that. It's underway. It's doing. Wow. But that is going to do it for me for today. 6.5 hours. It's time for a break. Watch a movie or something. Talk to the cat. I'll have to make a new screenshot for next time. Hello, kitty. Oh yeah, there's an alley down there. I keep forgetting. That carpeted llama is still there. What? Did you guys just see that? That's an example of things just disappearing. They just vanish. That's not fair. Oh well. At least we got to see it happen live. We're not doing it ourselves. It's just, it happens. That's sad. Yep. It's like so many other mobs on the server. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. I need a break. So thank you very, 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 very much for watching and spending time and chatting and hanging out. I appreciate it. It feels good. It feels like having someone on the couch next to me chatting while I'm playing a game or whatever. I love doing it. So thank you once again for watching. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them in the comments section below. If you have input on what I should be streaming tomorrow from the list of things that I said earlier, message me on Discord or put them in the comment section for the video. If you like this video, give it a like. I appreciate it, and it does help. Every little like helps. And if you haven't already, go ahead and subscribe so you know when my future stuff comes out. Ring the bell, all that kind of stuff. I have a lot more stuff to do to get this done, a lot more building, but it feels good to have gotten this phase done. I feel so much more relief. I don't have that to-do item looming over me anymore. Now it's a done item looming over me. Anyway, I have in the description links to my Discord, my Patreon, and my Streamlabs. If you wish to help support the channel, you can do tips through Streamlab or do like a monthly patronage through Patreon. And also on the Discord, if you wish to join, we have lots of things that are going on over on Discord. Just remember to pick a role, otherwise it'll look empty. But I assure you there's stuff going on. You just need a role to see it. Pick Performium or YouTube, whatever, and you'll be able to see the whole Discord unfold before your very eyes. Lots of stuff to do. and we hang out there all the time, even if it's just, you know, lurking. But we are there. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and let you go so I can move on to other projects, put the torches in, and all that kind of stuff. Thank you ever so very much once again for watching and hanging out. This is Thorn of Night. That down there is Chelsea the cat. This has been the Performium Wild SMP. And I'll be back on here again next Monday. And in the meantime, I will talk to you later.